Well, let's go. Go, ladykid. Wow. I forgot to turn my fucking camera on. Hold on. That means I have to, this one, and I need to deactivate and... Oh, hello! Welcome to my stomach. Hello. Let me do that, and then... Alright, well... There we go. So, how is everyone? What if we did the whole stream from, like, this angle? Like that. Hello. Hello and welcome. Clickety clackety, clickety clackety. Keyboard POV ASMR. Keyboard POV ASMR, relax while I beat you with my fingers. What? Alright, that looks decent. Need to get that bloom, you know, the classic Prismatica Dev aura. Alright. How's volume and stuff? Music loud enough? Person loud enough? I don't have RuneScape up right now. I need to launch that. I can't stream without getting on the grind, you know. Oh, so Adam, how you going? Shori, how's it going? And Svitch. Welcome everyone. Almethyst, welcome. Welcome to Almethyst. Run to the finish line of the Prototype State Refactoring Marathon later. I actually was. I couldn't fit it. I couldn't fit the full title because I can only do like 100 characters on YouTube or something, 150. Any shade tutorial want to take it? Yeah, chuck it in the chat. We'll have a geese. I mean, someone's gotta make tutorials. Ooh. Decay. Sorry, let me get my computer up. Ooh. What a fungal boy. Is that on the that's on a metahuman? Yeah, and let me see. No, why won't you zoom? Let me zoom. Spooky. I wish that was me. Yeah, right. Hell yeah. Very swaguous. Man, I need to do character stuff again. Remember like a year ago when I was like, oh, I'm gonna like do a tutorial series about like characters. And then like, I accidentally bought a house. And now I'm just like full-time not streamer / not video man. You don't know. Well, look, we've got to walk before we run. You know what I mean? Well, actually, I am kind of going around the locomotion the wrong way. In some regards. But... because, you know, usually you crawl before you run. Or crawl before you walk, before you run. But we're doing walking before we crawl or run. Because... quadrupedal movement is different to the other thing. Yeah. Can I share something? Yes, chuck it in the chat, Adam. Adam Hussein. Released my Godot plugin for streamers yesterday. After a year of Devon. Ooh. What does it do? What's the plug in? What does it plug? And what does it in? And what is in it? Streambound. Let me get this guy going. Oh, okay. Today, as going through the stream about open up unlimited possibility to stream, direct to Twitch chat events, show live emails, triggering game effects, or even commands back to your stream on the side. Godot. That's hella good. So it's like the whatever the, you know the thing? The Unreal Bridge doodad? Rabbit? Rabbi? The greatest plugin ever created. There you go. Yeah, nice. Have there been many other thingers? Kind of similar plugins? Because I mean, there's a big market for it, especially with a lot of people streaming Godot and whatnot. There's one, okay. But if you're undercutting them, you know, if you do the old Prismatiscape versus Fluid Flux and Fluid Ninja, you know, you can just carve out the poor people, you know. All right, what the hell was I doing last time? Right, I think I was doing walking. I had a foot treadmill going, but it was, you know, I was getting there. Oh, okay. Nice. For example, yeah. Ah, hard to use. Okay. Yeah. You Pie Poopy. I was wondering, do you have any games released on Steam? I don't. I'm a fake game developer. I'm a game developer. I develop developers. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's kind of true, isn't it? Learn how to run first. That's true. I mean, we are walking before we are the other one. What's the other one? Crawling. The target velocity 150. What's actual? Okay, so we still need a bit of extra pizzazz, and then that's that was gonna happen. All right, let's run through it from the top. This one actually, we might actually need this one day. Hashtag one day, whatever. All right. So, firstly, this is our PID balance loop, right? We're doing a refresher. Oh, I want that. I guess that's fine. So we get the absolute velocity of the character, which the absolute velocity is the center of gravity's velocity. This red dot. Or actually, maybe it's the orange one there. Yeah, no, I think it's the orange one, which is quite low for some reason. I guess because I made the legs way more, because I wanted the weight distribution to be more. Where's center of gravity position on a woman? A human. It's usually it's usually above the thinger. And I guess, yeah, it does depend on how you're moving. Or how your body is, you know, thinged. So let's just go initialize capsule. I don't scale its center of mass. I do have an extra event called update character weight, body weight, which is different to the other weight. Body to appendage ratio is here. We then flip that, blah, blah, blah. How many appendages do we have? And then they get, well, yeah, the leg and the foot get thingoed. And the feet are 1/10 of the leg weight. Which, maybe I'll do it a bit more generous, just for YOLO. I was also thinking, because like the arms, they hang off the shoulders. No, is that really? Well, I think that the center of mass of the capsule determine event graph. Where are you? And then close everything to the right. Thank you. Event graph, initialize component, main capsule. I think the center of mass of the torso body should be up slightly. So this is like the ratio of the legs to the fucko thing. And then this is how far up do we move the center of, or is it how far down? Let's test it. So that is our, oh no, so it is the red one actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Which it probably makes sense to be about there, right? Yeah. Cool, cool, cool. You know what, maybe a tiny bit less. Seeing videos, I'm doing something very similar to what you're doing in Discord. Oh, let me have a look. I'll open Discord for the first time in 2 weeks. You're gonna release this as a plugin or just for your personal use? I will release it as a plugin. Yeah, I think everything I do, I'll do as plugin. Because I'm just a pluginifier. Oh yeah, Adam, I've seen that already. I think someone else linked it to me in the Twitch chat, the fun brun. I think it is more like how like Exanima does it. I don't think the characters are like balancing. I think it's more like it's kind of like a floating pelvis with limbs, and it does like some smart, you know, some smart stuff. Like leg placement and whatnot. But I don't think it actually is like fully physicalized. I think the pelvis... There's points in the video where you can kind of tell that it's... I mean, it might kind of be like... it might have some logic like... only when the feet are on the ground, it does some jigging. But I feel like it... And there were also points when the characters jumped that, like, their legs didn't move. They kind of just, like, thrusted up in the air. As in, like, rocket boots. So I think it's close, but it's not quite what I'm going for. I think it's more just physical animation rather than physical locomotion. Yeah, I mean, maybe later on he did it. But in, like, yeah, like, I mean, I was, to be fair, just kind of flicking through, I didn't watch the whole thing start to finish, but just by analyzing the footage, there was some stuff. Some unphysicalization. But, I mean, maybe I'm completely wrong. It would not be the first time. It might, maybe like the animation side of it does stuff like that. Like it will, you know, it'll make it look like it bends the legs and jumps and stuff. I just don't think it was like physically balancing. All right, let's get back to it. Let's figure out the hell we are doing. Alright, so our cycle. We have target velocity, which is this guy here, the orange guy. Orange guy. Target velocity. Alright, we calculate center of gravity, which is then... Initialize. Let me go to the debugs. Center of gravity is here. So it is... What's a color for center of gravity? I feel like purple is the color of gravity, you know? And this is the pelvis color. Which is right there. Yeah. Cool, cool. Okay, center of gravity. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, and then... Center of gravity, calculate the fulcrum point, which is... Does it actually get... Oh, we do a fulcrum center. Yeah, that's right. Which is based on how many feet are planted. So that's what our... I might actually call it, not the balance vector, I might call it... No, it's probably best called the balance vector. Because we want the balance vector to be above the fulcrum. Yeah. And then balance maybe. This is where the magic happens. These guys here just determine all of the ground and character data to do stuff. This is the actual targets of the thing. I might do something like this, just so it's a bit more gradual. The, yeah. Cool. So, first, and then that's also fine. Yeah. One thing I wanted to test is if, like, currently the character's not too bad. Well, hold on. I should probably give the character 2 feet again. Just 2 feet. With pelvis. Oh, actually, you know what? Hell yeah, look at us go. Vibing. I might even go closer than that. So they're like closer together. Beautiful. Yeah, let me try it at... You know what, that should be 05. Let me try it at 0. So we can just look at our back and forwards movement. I also think maybe the leg's too strong. Pretty funny, I can't see when it goes. Yeah. Oh, also, what's the default damping? I'm actually not even sure what the default damping of the thingo is. Doesn't control you have a lot of physics that don't watch it also. It can do again, it's physical animation. So it's kind of it's made for like when you are using also let me know if you're in an ad or not. I think an ad just started playing. Let me know if you're in an ad. Okay, so the... Okay, no, wait, no angular damping. So the physical animation stuff is usually used in conjunction with a regular, like, capsule movement component. And usually you'll lock the pelvis in... Like, lock the pelvis to the capsule, and then the rest of the body can do physical stuff that, you know, like... Their arm can bump into walls, and their feet can get caught on stuff. But it's not actually... physically locomoting. Which is what we're going for at the moment. I feel like this isn't... Like, does this actually weigh 10,000 kilograms? Override mass. Ratio. Yeah, it must be. I've initialized it here and then I... Well, I guess... Oh, no, because I don't use conditioning, right? Let me just print... capsule mass in kg. Right, okay, so it's heavy as fuck. But then why... I'm 90% sure I turned off mass conditioning in our appendage settings here. Enable mass conditioning off. And then here... mass conditioning off. Okay. Do you know what's it setting to make low mass physics object not push heavy mass physics objects when using physics handle? I can't remember it off the top of my head. No, it shouldn't be damping. Honestly, not push heavy mass physics objects. Have you actually set the mass to be more thinger? More massive? You're pushing 50 kilograms without any effort. Huh. I mean, that shouldn't really be... Oh, right. So, like, you've attached a 1 kilo and a 100 kilo thing together with a physics handle or a physics constraint. And so when this one gets pulled or pushed, it's moving the big one. How are you moving the light one? Because if you're like dragging the light one along with infinite force, then it will just pull the large one. I wonder why it isn't... Yeah. Is it because mass conditioning? Well, that'll probably just gigafuck something if I... blah, 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 blah. Where is it? It's down here. Which that just makes it, yeah, more strong based on the mass of each thinger. Well, whatever, it doesn't matter too much. Wait, 172. Maybe how you push one of them towards it. Yeah, yeah. If you're using, like, the character movement stuff, like kinematic character movement, it's essentially like getting and setting the position of the capsule, and it doesn't care about physics. So it will kind of push things with infinite, well, not infinite, but a lot of force. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. We try and walk forward. And we start doing it quite well. And then we oscillate heaps. Fantastic. Target velocity, facing vector. Current lean, target lean. We go too far, it doesn't like it. We probably need to... Oh, for one... If we do take smaller steps, then we are a bit more stable. So our problem is, well, I think our problem currently is just that our feet are trying to catch up too much, which is just a tuning issue. We have our, so okay, sorry, let's go through the whole thing again. Use add force with location offset, so maybe that. if you're using force, if you're using force just for the, if you're using force just on the light one, then it shouldn't be yeeting the big one around. Although if you're using the character movement component and using add force, I think it still accepts that through an interface, but it isn't actually using physics. But if you're just adding force to the light one, then I don't know why it would be yeeting around a really heavy one. But if you're using add force to the big one, there's a button called, I forget what's the button called? Add force. Acceleration change. So keep that unticked if you're dealing with, like, if this is ticked, it'll scale it by the mass of the object. But if it is the small one, then it shouldn't matter too much. Yeah, okay, our stride velocity gets 2. Okay, yeah. Alright, absolute velocity, current velocity. We get the difference between them, the error, from our PID controller, and that's our target acceleration, which is this guy here. Which I might just make bigger. This brown one, target accel. However, I think that it is fine, because, like, it's saying, yeah, like that's about the angle that we'd want to start running. So I think it's fine. I think I tuned it even to be, yeah, like a specific thing. Maybe I'll chuck a bit of damping on that one. That'll just help with... Yeah. Again, it's just the target lean and whatnot. I might just... with the debug and the acceleration... Facing vector... Body-related things. Forward vector... Target velocity, absolute velocity, target acceleration. Let's... blah blah. Multiply that by 10 so that it actually is visible. Target acceleration, there it is. Okay. Cool. Check out Arc Raiders does this in Unreal. I think they use PhysX by NVIDIA, not Chaos anyway. Yeah, I mean, Unreal used to use PhysX by default in... I think it might be Unreal 4 or Unreal 5. They, like, made the full switch to Chaos physics. But yeah, I haven't. I might have to have a geeze at it. Yo, Rockadoodle! Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Speaking of Raiders, Arc Raiders. Okay, so we have current acceleration, then using this target acceleration, we know, based on what gravity is, what our angle needs to be Yeah, to accelerate at this thing, our center of gravity must be 45 degrees. So that's a known value. So that gives us a new lean vector, which is this red guy here. So it's like, we want to move. So it's like, yeah, lean forward and you can move. Lean forward more. And then you can do it. You can move. Cool. And then we have this stabilization torque, which is for our cheating forces. Which I can pump. If we wanted to. Obviously we don't want to too much because it's cheating. But I mean, this will just ensure that we don't actually fall over a lot of the time. Which, for now, we don't want. We want to do it as legit as possible, and then we can use that as like the cherry on top, you know? In fact, I might even put that lower. Because, yeah, it does balance decently well. The other thing is that now that it's not... yeah, it's fine. Yeah, Master Agent Miyazaki, hello. How's it going? So this is there so that the more our the more that it wants to, yeah. Basically we can make the character crouch. Based on how much they're trying to accelerate. So that all seems fine. Except maybe the stabilization torque might be like just bogus values, but it doesn't really matter too much. It'd be interesting to see how a snake moves physically. I probably will tackle it at some point. Because I think a system like this, right? I think this system will work better, not just for... I feel like humans are maybe, like, small enough that you can just get away with them being, you know, a capsule and do some, like... I might even make, like, a lightweight version just for, like, NPCs that aren't in combat and aren't moving upstairs. That's just like, you know, a floating kind of... like a floating capsule that it's just using like a target above ground force. And then... when they get bumped hard enough, then they turn into one of these. Or maybe it would just be a part of this with like a branch or a mode of some kind. Alrighty, so we have up vector. So this is where it's all going, well, not wrong, but this is where it needs tuning. So we take the... Oh! Hold on. I did something the other day where I made it so that the torso and the legs of the character aren't straight now. Because we were running into issues where we had like slippage, where we were like slipping over, because we had the capsule at like 45 degrees, right? And then our stride vector, or I think they call it the leg or the drive vector, was just, was in line with the anus vector. And so our leg trajectory was like based around this point, which means our feet are going from here to there, going back and then up and around and whatever. But at this really steep angle, it just kind of created some issues. So what I've done is that the leg is now, I think, half of the angle of the torso. So the legs or the feet stay like flatter. Or like, the triangle is a bit less lopsided. Oh, hello, new cat. Look, we have new cats. Hello, Fane. Hello, my boy. What you doing? Come here. Come and sit. You little menace. Here. Sitting. Nice butt. Nice balls. Haha, just kidding. You got none. There's nothing out there. It's just... He's funny. Funny ginger boy. There you go. Amethyst has the emote. Don't go behind my computer, you little menace. Come here. You want to sit on the pillow? That's where Girl Cat usually sits. You're so funny. Come here. And Lady Cat's right there. She's just like, yeah, who's this fucking dude? Who's this dude on my desk? Don't sniff. Might be trouble. Might be naughty. She's hissing. Not a fan. What are you doing, naughty, naughty boy? We're doing cat fights. Alright, we can take bets. We can do a prediction. Just let her chill with it. He's just being funny. What's he doing? Oh no. Yeah. If I move that. He's right in the corner. Right here. There. Let them fight. What's everyone's bets? I think Lady Cat would win. No. Alright, he's gone. He's gone. Maybe you should get new ones. Get some new knees. Oh. Anyway, that was exciting. A new funny cat. And there's two of them. Two ginger brothers. Anyway, so this vector here is now different to this one. However, we're still using the up vector to balance the character, which doesn't make sense. We need to be using the... Oh, fuck. Because the balance vector... If I just use the balance vector, which will probably be a nightmare, because that's the blue one, right? Which is, it depends on which foot is on the ground, you know? Like it changes when a foot hits the ground. What's up, vector? That's so funny. Yeah, what a banger. Well, anyway, we use the current lean of the character, which again isn't really the current lean, right? Because... Oh, you know what? Because our feet are... Because our feet are kind of always moving as a pair, we could just get the center of the feet. And use that as like the... Or, alternatively, our drive vector, which is the one pointing out the butthole, it is a known value. So we could use that. And, well, well, we know what it is. We know this angle, where the feet are, like, you know, the feet trajectory is rotated around and whatever. So then we can get this point based on the length, the target length of the legs. And then... And then get from this point to the center of gravity, which might be over here at that point. And then get that vector. And that is then our thinger. Because it is different to the balance vector, which is if we have one foot on the ground, then the balance, and this one's not on the ground, this foot, then the balance vector is this guy from the fulcrum to to the dude. The way I'm doing it currently is kind of jank. I'm just getting the rotation of the capsule, and then... where the fuck did it go? Rotate around the middle of V to maintain step length, which is the... Where did I put it, actually? Oh, here. I'm just doing it by half and a quarter when, like, to the side. Which, I don't know, maybe is fine. But I should probably be... You know, it probably doesn't matter right now. I think the main thing is that we just need a... Yeah, the center here. You know what? I could simplify it for now. This is it's not really a band-aid, it's just not. If I just said 0.5 for both of them, so sideways and back and forth, so it's 50% the anus vector, then I could just in balance maybe, is just get the up vector and halve it. YOLO. Well, actually, no, hold on. If I took the up vector, I actually just want to divide. Okay, you know what? Go back to vector 2, 2, and 1. We keep the... No, fuck. How... Yeah, no, it's just the X's that I want to keep straight. So then this one is the... Well, no, because that... Okay. Hold on. If we take the... Let me just grab one of these fuckos. Come here, you big bitch. Alright. Let's get this guy in here. Up vector. Halved X, Y, Z stays whatever. That should... well, no, I don't even think that... yeah, whatever. It might be fine. I guess we'll see. We'll fucking see. We get this, normalize it, multiply it by the leg length, which is like, I don't know, probably fucking 86 or some shit. We get the pelvis location. We add that to that. And we draw an arrow that starts there. This can all fuck off. And then the end of it is going to be the center of gravy. Okay, character center of gravy. That's the end of it. Line color, purple or some shit. Thickness, I don't know, 20. Really damn thick. And this is called the drive vector. And that can also be purple. Sweet. Yo, Jed, how's it going? And so that should always be pointing at... It's kind of hard to tell because it's so damn thick. That should always be pointing at kind of where the legs are. Or like in between the feet. Oh, also, I made a time dilation thing. Okay, maybe I didn't. There must be something in there that doesn't like delta world seconds. But this is doing a thing. Yes, it is pointing. Alright, if we're upside down, it won't be happy, but... But I think that is pointing, yeah, between the feet to some degree. So that's probably more-ish what we want. Which means that this vector is our kind of lean vector. Well, no, yeah, no, it is. Back to real gem method. I asked previous stream. I created one by current to previous, but for some reason the pixel keeps vibrating, even original fields are the same bug. I'm not sure. Pixel keeps vibrating. Do you mean like... It might be like a resolution thing. Maybe the resolution's too low or too high. Also, 5 Alive, hello. The movement is interesting. But it's a... Yeah, I mean, yeah. But it's crazy. So let's just call this our lean vector. Which might not even need to be smoothed. You know, I can even just unlag that. I see. Oh, because I'm adding it. We want to get the difference between this and that, and then normalize it. Or something? Nope. Other way. No, that should be negative. That's upside down, so then that should be there. That should be there. Hold on. Where the fuck is the... smooth up vector? Can I... like, just get a print on this, please? Thank you. Why is the Z so low? Oh, wait, no. Why am I getting pelvis location? Oh, that's to... Right. Okay, no, hold on. I remember now. Okay, this is the position between the feet. So then in order to make it the vector that we want, we need to get the center of gravity. And then subtract that from this. And then normalize. Okay, better. So that's, yeah, from the average contact point, which we call the drive vector, to the center of gravity. Yeah. Also, Minuyan, if you have Prismatiscape, the current version, it has a ripple solver in it that I think it works okay. So you could just copy that, or have a look through that. Or if you don't, just message me on Discord and I'll send you the zip folder, and you can rip it out of there. Also, I will be right back. Hold on, I just want to run an ad. Twitch.tv. Manage of the stream. All right, BRB. How do I? Alright, I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back. Also, Danilito Chiquito. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. And also, do I have a stream schedule? Long time no see. My schedule is yes. Schedule is yes. Yeah. Yeah. Weeknights. Weeknights. Yeah. Australian Eastern Standard Time. That's not true. I feel like I'm less likely to. You left my door wide open. I'm gonna get freezing. Trying to kill me. Amethyst is trying to kill me. So wait, what's the stride acceleration going to? Because like the target acceleration's pretty chill, but then this seems to be going like... I don't know if it's just because I... Stride acceleration... Okay, no, it's not going too crazy. I think I also just made it bigger. As in the arrow, the debug arrow. Okay, so what we do now is we have this smoothed up vector. Oh my god, him. It is him. Emperor Augustus the 16th. The Almighty. Hello. And welcome, Raiders, to an absolute stream. How is your stream, Org? I'm currently doing this. Which is, I mean, it's something, I guess. Look, the character do move. He moving. He's moving around. Watching the stream from my opposite. Nice, hell yeah. Watching a video about some dude that's practically beardless. Let me guess. It's the one that... Fuck, I forget what it was called. Hold on. Adam sent it to me. Funbrun. Is it Funbrun? Because it's different, okay? It's different. This is balancing. We're not little floaty boys, okay? It's physical locomotion. It's not physical animation. Oh, I'm sick of people talking to me about that. Is this what Grand Theft Auto 5 does? Or... No. No, they're not. I'm like 90% sure they're not actually balancing. Because the little characters he's using, like, it just... There's additional forces at play. I can guarantee it. This is what Boston Dynamics does, yes. Yes. I guarantee you put one of those characters on a cart, like a mine cart, like this kind of thing, right? You put them on it, and you make them run against the wall, and I guarantee you the minecart will just move. You know? The minecart will move. But that doesn't happen with us. We're different. No, I mean, I didn't watch the whole video. I'm sure it does balance. I don't want to know about it. You know? I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about people fucking doing stuff that I've been working on for however long and just like, you know, making all my hard effort for nothing. Watch it and then you... I'm pretty sure it... Doesn't it just use in what, like Nvidia's thinger? Doesn't Nvidia have a Unity plugin that just does that stuff? For like Character Loco? Or is that just the physical animation framework that is the Nvidia thinger? Ah, okay. But it uses Unity's like constraint model, right? Yeah. Right, so our drive angle. You know, it should probably be bigger. Right, let me get that purple one. You can be less thick. I copied fun, right? Yeah, sorry. I have no original ideas. I'm a fraud. I didn't invent Unreal Engine. I'm coming clean. I didn't invent Unreal Engine. I'm addressing the controversy. Did I move those notes? Nice. Yeah, I briefly thought about Mover, and then I was like, I want to move as far away from Unreal Engine as possible whilst still using Unreal Engine, you know? I don't want to be subject to their fucking infrastructure changes. Fulcrum center, character center of gravity. That's the balance vector. Maybe I should call it the fulcrum vector. And then the other thing I wanted... What is it, Lady Cat? I don't want to build an... Oh, God. Well... Look, if I had a brain, I would consider building an engine. But I just don't. I just don't have one. Every time video goes for I need to go back to the universe phase. Yeah. I mean, literally. What the fuck was I doing again? Right. I was doing this. In balance. So, I think what's going on, we have this, we do its thing, this is our, what do we call this? This was called the drive vector. which is the center of stride to the center of gravy vector. Well, actually, no, that's to the... No, sorry, that's this one here. This one is the stride angle. The vector pointing from anus to center of feet. It's okay, just Larry. It's okay, Larry. Come in. Lady cat's yowling. What is it? Eh? What is it, Fatty Fatty? Off he goes. You scared him. Well done. You're not going to make friends that way, Lady Cat. Yeah. Well, yeah, okay. So. So we're not using the balance vector currently. Which is, well, I mean, it seems more stable because we're not getting this big fuckery. One thing we do need to do is, I think we need to get the, it's kind of hard, but the, see these like look ahead traces, right? These guys that like look ahead for where the feet are supposed to go, and yep, our thing just doesn't like slowing down. I'm guessing something isn't delta seconds-ing. Probably... Isn't that torque supposed to already be? That's already... Well, no, because that's a difference in positions. Get up vector. Stabilization torque. Well, this is a velocity, right? And then we apply it as a force, which turns it into thingo. So then down here... Yes, okay, no, so that is correct. Cool, cool. Maybe I'll just... Let me yeet that for a second. So this is like our effort amount. Which I'll just yeet for a sec. Okay, so now we just have to tune this. So it isn't a fuckfest. Too fast. Too fast again. Too fast again. Not fast enough. Overshot it. Overshot it again. Yeah, so maybe that does need to be higher. I mean, this could just be a damping only kind of thing. Overshot it. Yeah. Okay, what if it is just a D controller? only D. How does it overshoot, though? Well, I guess because we use two things to determine the acceleration. Which is just the angle of the system. Maybe it needs to use the balance vector, which is where the foot currently is. So let's just go normalize. Because now that's using, yeah, this guy, the blue guy, which changes constantly. But it also means that I mean, look, that seemed to be... But here's the thing, right? There's a difference between the current balance vector, which is like, yeah, based on what foot is where. Like the foot that's touching the ground. Here's our dude. 1 foot on ground. The other foot up here, whatever. Center of gravity's here, foot's touching here. That's the balance vector. And then we know that the character will be stable if the balance vector is, well, straight, right? If it's straight above the point, cool. But as we're running, let's say we're mid-run, we've just landed on this foot. We almost want it to be the reflection of the balance vector. Or that's like the target. Well, we want to be going like this much when it... So I think we need to do a look ahead, which we already do. We already look ahead for where the foot is going to land. And I think we need to use that. So like the next step balance vector. Do we need to know... No, we don't need to know where our center of gravity is going to be. I think we just need to know where... Like, let's say this foot, right? This foot is going to land over here. So if we draw a line from where it will land to our current center of gravity, and then reflect it, like that, then that will give us, like, a target thingo. And because then, obviously, as we approach it, it will, you know, become less steep. That kind of makes sense. Let me also just try this inverted or reflected. No. Ah, wait. Maybe. No, it wanted to go backwards. Yeah. So that's a no. In order to counteract gravity and maintain tilt of any given angle if there is no torque. Yeah, I mean, that seems to work better. But then this one is supposed to counteract the rate that we fall over. Do I need this to be factored in like into the PID controller? Because this is supposed to just, like, smooth out. What if this was, like, giga high? Then it just over fucks. What if they were both just 0, right? So we're just doing gravity, or the angle equals acceleration. Well, then it just fucks itself. Let's go a bit slower. So that's pretty good, because it's like... It kind of, yeah, once it's at speed... I mean, the idea of that value there is that it... If I started it at like a 45 degree or something, then it should kind of just maintain that. Kind of. It should. It should. Which it does. You know what? It does. Let's just say that it does. Aside from the weird fuckery and stuff, but yeah. It will maintain the angle. If it was a continuous thingo, which... we can double check. By putting extra feet down. Why are you doing this? Just stop falling over so much. Okay, well, whatever. And yeah, so this is supposed to be counteracting the torque. So that's just baseline. That's to counteract the torque. Well, unless I... No, because that's an acceleration. Although if I get rid of the delta world seconds, that becomes a velocity, right? I just chuck that in. And then we do... blah, 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 blah. Well, no, because this isn't a velocity. This is a... Well, it's kind of... Well, yeah, no, okay. We've got a target here and a current here, and the damping should be taking the difference between the lean. So we can probably safely keep this as it was. As the acceleration baseline gets added to the stride velocity, or the stride target velocity, which then corrects the lean of the character, which then makes it feedback so that it doesn't, so it'll slow the feet down. So it's just about finding the balance where it doesn't fall over and kill itself. And then at some point I was making that a bit bigger to account for some other stuff. And then what happens if I do just keep these at full? Like full straightness. See, it is a bit more stable, but I don't know. Is it what I want? Yeah, no, I think it's fine, honestly. I think we just keep that as is. And then... Oh, and then the purple line should always be... Well, except when we fall over, then it is kind of annoyed, but... Well, yeah, why does it do that once it crosses the... Yeah, maybe it is a D only. Because that would, yeah, well, literally that. But then why does it eventually counteract? Like, why do we eventually slow down, is what I want to know. Like, yeah, it's counteracting the change in error. Is it just too high? But then eventually it just goes back the other way. Is that just because drag? Does it need some proportional value? What about a negative proportional value? Yeah, you ever think of that? Maybe that's why we didn't think of that, because it was dumb. What about negative damping? I think it'll just make it fall over quicker. Yep. So if I'm trying to go this way, and then we've reached that... Well, okay, yeah, I'm trying to go 150 units. Target velocity, absolute velocity. So we're going too fast there. Target lean, current lean. Which, yeah, I mean, that makes sense, because it's then telling us target acceleration. Target acceleration is backwards because we've overshot our speed. But then there, it's like, okay, yeah, we still want to be going this way, so the target lean... That's where this came into effect, which is getting the stabilization torque and adding that to the acceleration of the feet so that we can then use the feet to correct the torque of the thing with the blah, the thing, you know what I mean? Is it we go forward? Target lean says, hey, come backwards. Because it's just based on the acceleration. The acceleration's too big. Yeah. Well, okay, maybe we just need to damp the acceleration then, so that we don't get to the point that we overshoot it. But now it's a bit too cautious. So target lean forward, and then it's saying come back. But then, yeah, it's a bit crazy. Because that's just going off the absolute velocity, which is constantly fluctuating because, you know, when our foot lands, it's kind of like a bit crazy, but we do need some of it. I guess that's why I had it like 1/10 of that. Well, yeah, you know, this probably doesn't need any proportional value. The only problem is that, yeah, like, then it does fluctuations between doing its actual thing. So is the velocity... Yeah, I might change absolute velocity to like, just to show the XY. Because that's what I'm doing for here. Yes. Debug. Stride velocity. Absolute velocity XY. And we will multiply it by a vector. 1, 1, 0. Who'd win, rough terrain or one tippy-toppy stompy boy? Well, actually, I think the idea is that this should be able to handle rough terrain better. Well, better than previous attempts. Oh, and he cannot handle the slippy terrain. Okay, so target velocity, absolute velocity. We've now reached our thing, but then it's telling us to... You know, I'm just going to move the character so that we don't... There we go. Okay, so let's look at all these values. And let me make it a bit bigger as well. Here. Sick. Okay. Target velocity, absolute velocity. So then it tells us to... So current lean. So then it tells us... See, I can't tell if it's the lean or if it's the actual stride. Stridey dude. Oh, so you know what? I'm going to disable those look ahead things. Where do I even do them? Balance vector? No. Stride slope, appendage targets. No. Appendages 2 targets. Is it in balance? Probably in balance, isn't it? No. Where the fuck do I do those? Appendage. Appendage lean? No. That doesn't do anything. Well, fine. Appendage stride traces. Where does this get called from? Stride slope calculations. Okay, that makes sense. So in here, we got a bunch of shit. This is messy as fuck. Draw debug none. Draw, you know what? Let's just go local variable. Draw debug. You can just get Yoten into all these guys. You can become an Yote. Yotenated. Okay, it's a bit tidier now. Oh, okay, here's another thing in our... debugs. The lean... The lean is now calculated from... So target lean... We don't want to draw it from the capsule, because it's no longer about the tilt of the capsule, it's about the contact point through the center of gravity, that vector. So we actually want to get probably the stride center. Which is... Where the fuck is a stride center again? Okay, maybe I have to do the stride center, like, properly. Calc center of gravity. Okay, let's calculate stride center. Or, I guess stride or drive vector. Because ideally... What determines what, though? Ideally, we want the torso of the character to be able to rotate separately from the legs. And, like, most of the time, it'll just be that, yeah, the torso tilts 45 degrees, therefore the legs will tilt 22.5 degrees. So let's just do one called calc stride center. Well, actually, no, this should be... Well, okay, here's the thing. Is it the... I mean, the stride center is usually just in between the... like, the exact center of the feet, right? Like, on average. We could just get all feet, get positions, and then return that. Got some cat action. What are they doing? No. Ow. Fuck. This is a joint system. You've got a separate waist twist joint. It doesn't twist. Well, I don't know. I might be turning it into... Currently, there's just a pelvis. Well, leg joints. Currently, I've got 4 overlapping legs, just for, like, testing. Just to, you know, get the tuning right to some degree. So we kind of do, like, a bit, it's like Roadrunner style running. But there will just be 2 legs, and they will be offset like a pelvis, because we want it to mirror the character as well as possible. So, like, the... we can't really say, like, rotate the capsule. We just add an offset to the feet targets in a kind of weird way. Because you got to think, like, if the character was in 0 gravity or in free fall, and I said, yeah, well, you got to think of it in, like, joint, like, relative to the joint. Like, if I said, oh, make my feet or make my capsule go at a 45-degree angle relative to the legs, well, okay, how do we do that? We rotate this joint. But if we're in 0 gravity, we'd end up with our feet here and our, our torso here. It's only that we have gravity and we have friction that when we, rotate this joint like this, or depends on what reference you're going from, but if we rotate it like this, then this would stay where it is, and the torso would do its thing. So I don't know, I might... And so we don't have knees, by the way. No knees. Knees are irrelevant. Knees are just unnecessary flesh. We just use a piston leg. Like a retractable, extendable leg. And then I'll probably do the exact same thing with the hands. So that we can crawl. Crawling in my skin. And for quadrupeds and stuff. But because... I might have to add... I might have to split the capsule into 2 parts. Like a lower, you know, waist, pelvis and waist, and then torso, shoulders one that can twist and also bend. Only because if we look at it front on, well, yeah, sausage 1, and 2, and then we got the legs, which the legs are offset and attached like firmly to this. And then the same will be for the shoulders. They will be, you know, attached to this capsule. And so we might need to move them, you know what I mean? But I'm not 100% sure about that. We could just fake it. We could just... Because again, this is for like the physical underlying physics of the character. It isn't necessarily, you know, it doesn't have to one-to-one represent the character. If I go back and just have 2 legs... Where is our appendages? So we're just a two-leg Andy again. Like this. Just chilling. And oscillating. Chilling and oscillating. As we do. If I make the character visible... Scaly mesh. Visible. Like, we can just make the character do a bunch of stuff. You know, like, have knees. Like, oh yeah, the character has knees. Because it's just IKing to the thingo. And now I just forget what the fuck was I doing again? I got sidetracked and now I'm just confused. Let's go back to 4 legs. There we go. Or you know what? Maybe 3 is a good number. Just 3 legs. It's so much more stable. Who the fuck designed having 2 legs, you know? What kind of dumb idiot thought that would be a good idea? What does the minecart person do? So this is a representation of like a character that if they're on a physics object, they can push the physics object whilst on the physics object, which in real life doesn't happen because, you know, you're pushing back on the minecart as much as you're pushing it this way. You know? Intelligent design, my ass, yeah. Yeah, I don't know how anyone can look at a human and be like, yeah, God exists, man. There is a creator. So, what determines what? Well, the stride center, this is presuming that our legs always go relative to gravity. Well, like the rotation of the torso relative to gravity. Half the blah 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 with the thing with the stuff. So if we just say get rotate vector around axis. No, just rotate vector. This is going to be down vector. The thing we're going to rotate it by is going to be zero capsule. Get rotation. Not socket, just get rotation. And then just fucking multiply. Just break that shit apart. Split it. Mate, you know, I can just split it and spit it. So the roll, this much, the pitch, this much. This will then give us the direction out the anus that points to where the center of feet is. And then we also need the leg length, or whatever the fuck the leg... Fuck off. Length. Current step length. Target. Pelvis height. Cool. So this times this. Well, this is the direction out the anus, the point of where the center of feet is. So then well, stride center, and well, no, it's actually calc, drive vector, and stride center. So this is the drive vector. Well, technically it should be up this way, but then we subtract it from this guy. No. Double. Because everything's a fucking double. Whatever. And then we go pelvis, position. We subtract U from U. So again, this is our target. Well, it's not even our target, it's our drive vector. Should I call it stride drive vector? Well, actually, no, this technically isn't the stride drive vector, because this is just... We're creating a triangle of guy at 45 degrees. Let's go like 45 degrees, right? Like this. Man, 45 degrees. Legs stick out the butt at 22.5. That's the... Yeah, that's like the drive vector. I don't even know what to fucking call it. I asked an AI, I drew it a diagram. I was like, what the fuck is this vector called? Maybe I just call it the leg vector? The stride vector? I guess that is the stride vector. And then the balance vector is, or the drive vector, sorry, is from here to the center of gravity, which is to the center of the system. So the anus vector was this one, right? Like just straight from this thing. So maybe let's call it the stride vector. The stride aim vector. It's technically an aim vector. And then that's supposed to get multiplied by the target pelvis height. So that brings it down to the stride center. Cache that. Stride center. Sounds like the name of like a shoe store. Like you know. Stride center. And then stride center. So then this would be the fuck is this? Well, not to the pelvis location. Well, actually, no. Yeah, no. This is the stride center here. Don't know if it's the right way around. But then the stride center to the center of gravity. Get center of gravity is the drive vector. And again, I got no fucking idea if any of these are thingos. And that is And so what does that change? Nothing, because we're not even using any of these right now. Cool. Let's just check if they all are correct. so I can do it in the debugs, which are very important. So currently we have blah, 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 blah. Let me turn the person off. It's what I'm best at. Alright, visible. Visible, scaly mesh, visible, off. So, stride velocity, blah, blah, blah. Okay, target lean. Target lean should be going from stride center. Sorry, no, target lean. Fuck's sake. Go from stride center, not from the capsule. I also need to actually run that. Cap, drive vector and stride center, which is... as long as the center of gravity is updated. Okay. So the stride center is apparently the stride center is on the head. Yeah, not quite. Okay, now it's on the fuck. The fuck? Excuse me? Okay, maybe that was correct, but this should just be positive. Aha. There it is. So again, that's from the thing to the thing. Again, it's not about the thing of the stuff. It's about the thing of the thing. Also, I need to just quickly in here. This here, make stride cycle stick out our anus vector. So it gets rotated by that. Stride cycle. So we're rotating it by this. But why do I do that? Because if we rotate the stride trajectory pitch around the middle of feet to maintain step length, that's just for the up and down. Probably fine. As long as they're matching, then yeah. Also, I need to make the lines of the legs even thinner. Or maybe I should just turn the leg capsules into just a singular, like just make them invisible and just turn them into a line trace. Because it gets very fucking messy in there. Which, I mean, I already do. Oh no, I do. I draw the targets as thingos. There's just so much fucking tracing going on. I don't even know. What are these ones tracing? They're tracing... I don't know, some fucking shit. Who knows? Who cares? Wait, that's the joint. Why? The joint can't be visible. The joint's never been visible. Why the fuck are you fucking... That's in the setup phase. Yeah. So why don't we do it in here? Set hidden in game. New hidden. Yes. And I'll keep the feet, actually. Right, that's a lot tidier. And we do have... Yeah, the orange line is the current... I think. And the blue is the target here. The blue is the target. Orange is the actual. Cool. So, target lean. What's this one fucking tracing? Can I just like trace, blah, 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 blah. Trace fucking... Draw a debug type? None, thank you. What's that one even for? Plant trace at location. That wasn't it. Stride slope, trace by Chanel. That one's just going straight down. Which gets used for the terrain shit. Although, do they even go? Yeah, whatever. Okay, then what's that one? Who are you? Visibility, none. Here? Ah, what are you in? You're also in here. Anus vector floor distance. Right, that isn't the anus vector though. That needs to be... This should be stride aim vector floor distance. And this should be stride aim vector trace location. And then this should be stride aim. Bam, cool. I don't think that was the one though. Nope, still not there. Where is this fucking... It's a sphere trace, right? Sphere trace. Oh no, yeah, just set to none. What about you? And you? And you? And here it is. You fuck. You sneaky fuck. There we go. So what's that one even doing? Sphere trace for objects, foot trace normal. Starts at world location of the leg joint. Oh, right, that's to determine some other shit. The hip trace, above the hips. So we know how tilted the things should be. Alright, this looks way better now. Way much more readable. So we've got target lean. We've got a bunch of other shit. Yeah, lots of numbers. The numbers Mason. Whatever do they mean? So target lean is the red guy. So we want the stride aim vector, stride center, blah blah blah, the drive vector. Yeah. So this is drive vector, which is different to... Well, I guess this is kind of the current lean, right? Rather than the drive vector. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I really need to pee because that coffee... And you know what? I might get more coffee I get even more coffee, because coffee's just so good. Even though it makes me pee a heap. Oops, I just snoozed an ad. Why did I snooze the ad? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gone. Hello. Okay. So, I guess it is the drive vector, kinda. Let me look up. What is the drive vector in bipedal motion? The bipedal measure of a drive vector represents the magnitude and direction of the forces generated by the legs to propel the body forward and maintain balance. It encompasses both a vertical force to support weight and horizontal force to create forward acceleration. Yeah, okay. During his right leg inverted pendulum, the leg force vector F pushes against the ground, supporting the body's center of mass, horizontal blah. Yeah, okay. Drive vector. Go to big at Funbrun. No, someone linked me Funbrun. But I haven't watched the video in full yet. I will do it. I'm too busy. I'm too busy. I'm not really, but... So we have target lean. So current lean should be current... You know what? Yeah, fuck it. We'll just... I'm just going to call it the lean vector. Which is different to the balance vector. Calc drive vector. So this is calc lean. Stride, center, and lean. This is our lean vector. Current lean vector. And in the debugs, we go current lean vector. Is that... The lean isn't normalized. Fuck, maybe I do just call it the drive vector. You know what? It's the drive vector. Fuck it. And we're gonna say... We're gonna rename the other guy. Fuck it. Here. We're gonna rename this target drive vector, because fuck you. And then the torque is actually going to be not the up vector, but the, you guessed it, the current drive vector. Normalized. This is target drive vector. So wait, hold on. Axis is the acceleration, whoosh, crossed with up, that's the axis to rotate it. This is the angle, and this is just giving us a direction. Yeah, because this is just a torque, so yeah, fuck that. Current drive vector, normalized, blah, 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 blah. That gives us an output stabilization torque. Cool. Let's see how much this breaks. It's not horrible. Blah, 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 stabilization torque. So then... What the fuck was I doing again? Target lean. Debugs. Current drive vector. And we also want that drawn from the stride center. Stride center. So now we should have this. And fuck is that? Hold on. Alright, so target lean. Oh, it's called target drive. This is the current drive vector. Well, you know, you just call it current drive and then target drive. And it needs to be target drive vector is normalized. Current drive vector is not normalized. So we need to normalize it. That's the end of the line, and it starts at the stride center, and yeah. Okay, why the fuck is it? Target drive vector. Current drive vector. Are they... Right, this one is inverted. Because why wouldn't it be, you know? Wait, where the hell is it? Current drive. Here it is. Oh, right, the current drive is just always kind of obscured. Because it's... Make them 200 each. Yeah, the current drive is pretty much just... Yeah. Cool. I feel like the stride center isn't correct until it isn't. Like, why is it sitting out there? What are they doing? Huh? Oh, is it just sunk under the... No, no. No, they are always touching. Okay. They just sink when the lean is more leaned. Right, what's the other thing we needed to update? So the current drive, yeah, is stride center. Yeah, see, I feel like that isn't there. That wasn't correct. Oh, actually, okay, that purple one. Where the hell debug? Draw debugs. Purple guy. Center of gravity? Yeah. Pelvis location? Yeah. Pardon me. The purple line. This one here. This one can fuck right off. Well, actually, we don't even need that at all, right? That is not the drive vector, in fact. We have our own drive vector. Which, yeah, until we go upside down, should always be the center. Have I just got them around the wrong way? Event, calculate stride, center, and lean. Roll. Pitch. Should I be unrotating the vector? No. I should be rotating the vector. But it just doesn't look quite accurate. Yeah, yeah. When I actually do the thing, determine the actual targets, when I do this, right? Well, no, we rotate these in their own local space. And then do this. Because everything is, yeah, relative to the hip. How much do we want it to be rotated? But yeah, there it just doesn't look right. Which might just be because, you know, I mean, look, it might be because the fucking rotation of the character is fucking it up. Okay, no, stop. Don't you correct your damn rotation in front of me, bro. No, stop that. Alright, let's get rid of the... Get rid of these guys. Yeah, it might be, honestly, that... No, it's not too bad. It could just be that the feet aren't catching up quite. Well, no, there it was just wrong. There, see it? It's because rotations are just fucky as. Let's just say 0.5 on both of them. And just see if it works better. No, see there, it's going the wrong way. Like that isn't where the center of the feet is, brother. Oh, hold on. No, yeah, we do want to take the up vector. Oh, maybe it's because I'm taking the down vector. That shouldn't really matter though. Oh no, I am taking the up vector. Well, let's just say I did this, right? Stride aim vector. This should then match the up vector. So if I subtracted this and did a print string, this should be 0 all the time. But my guess is that it isn't. Nope, not at all. It's completely different. Unless it's supposed to be this way. Nope, they are completely different. So yeah, it's because the yaw. It's because rotations are fucked, right? That's the gist of it. If we take the yaw into account, then it's like, yeah, fuck yeah. So how do we get around this? Now I have done this like 100 times. Somewhere else. Roll, movement, pitch, character, movement, pitch. They're just all getting the stride velocity and then using like the up vector and all that shit. Which makes everything a bit fucked. Shut up, Frederick. We don't need knees. We have pistons. Knees are just not real. I have tails, true. Yeah, look, yeah, you know. I just want to get the anus vector. You know what I could do that could be funny is just go back to the stiff character version. You know, just fully stiff character. Don't worry about the torso relative to the fucko vector. I could do, right, get get world rotation. And just unrotate it. Well, not unrotate. It would be delta rotator. This. This and its own yaw. And this would just give it the pitch and the roll independently, question mark. Stride aim vector, is that one there? So let me just see. Not quite. Is it combine? Or is it this one on top? No, it is is it fucking combine? That's kind of working, I think. Or is it? I just want to die. Alright, let's see. How to undo, how to get pitch and roll without yaw. To isolate pitch and roll without dragging yaw, you need to measure the direction. What the fuck are you talking about? UE5. Oh, construct a new rotator setting the yaw value to 0. Oh. You know what? Maybe they're right. Maybe this actually does some fuckization. You know what I mean? Like just just it being a rotator. might do some fucked up shit. No, not quite. Well, actually, maybe it is, but it's just the wrong way around. No. I just wish I didn't have to, like, do rotators. They're so lame. I just want to be like, get the rotation of the capsule, or the up vector, I guess, you know. Don't use the Q word. Oh, do we have chocolate? Oh. Oh. What do we got? Yeah, yeah. I'll have one of each. Thank you. One row of each.
That's all there is of that.
Oh. Sad. You okay? You okay? Jesus. You gotta work on that grip strength. You are really weak. Hmm. Didn't new stuff. Need more protein. Need more bacon. Mmm. Ooh, that's yum. Yeah, he's come in a couple of times. Lady cat. He's been in the background a bit. It's Fat Larry. It's another one. Cat number 3 or 4. That'll be fun. Ooh, do you want some chocolate? Chocolate's banned. Mmm. 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 First mistake he was using chaos physics. I agree. I mean, the first mistake was having an idea. Just any idea. Don't harass him. He's fine, he's fine. Hmm? Don't cry. Don't cry? Hmm. How does okay, does anyone know how to do anything? Anyone? 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 Can boil water. Okay, okay. Pretty lit. Look, if I got up vector 45 degrees, then it's like, yeah, okay, that's like 45 degrees from some fucking point. I guess that's just up. That's at the ground. It's going straight down. Straight down, straight down. Cool. Then if I said, oh yeah, 45 degrees pitch, then it should be like out here, 45 degrees. Cool. So then it's the fuck, it's like combining them just turns into a fuckfest. Oh, sorry, that was your, not roll. Whatever, we get it. So like, I wanna... I just want to know... Like, okay, if I get the up vector of this, and then I fucking, like, dot that with world Y, and then I fucking a cosine in degrees, and then I put that into... Hold on. I get that up vector. No, not up vector. If I get the fucking... the right... Oh, fuck this. I just want to know how to rotate a straight up vector. I want to rotate it so it matches the up vector of this. I want to know how much rotationating I need to do. With just pitch and roll, no yaw. Because this, it does fucky shit, you know? Like, if I say, hey, this is like, you know, we're rotating, oh my god. World rotation. And I go like, oh, it's 45 degrees. It's 45 degrees this way. And then, oh, I want to rotate it 45 degrees this way. It's like, oh yeah, cool. But then if I do it this way, it's like, okay, well now it's fucking... You know what I mean? Like, if I tilt it forward, then I tilt it in the X, it's like, okay, it's introduced yaw. Which then needs to be kind of cancelled out and shit. Because it's like one and then the other. It's like, do you know what I mean? I fucking hate rotations. Fuck them. Because then the stride aim, if I just do all of these, right? But then I, you know, half or 0.75 of the roll and 0.5 of the pitch. With the yaw, then it's not going to be correct because the yaw is applied some fucky ass, you know. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it is fine. Maybe it's just like... Maybe I'm overthinking it. Because it is... I mean, that kind of looks right. No. You know, it's better. Whatever. Fuck it. Let's go back to the... Determine fucko thingos. And then here... Well, I already do the yaw. Roll. Use this. Pitch is that. Whatever. So is that actually the stride center? It looks... Okay, it looks like it. So that's the stride aim vector. Pointing out the anus to the center of stride. Center of stridage. Striduality. Okay, then we get... the actual target pelvis height. That gives us the stride. Well, it's... yeah, I guess it is the stride center. Then we do that to the center of gravity. That gives us the drive vector. So that's this yellow line here. Yep. Which, yeah, the drive is now completely separate to the up vector of the capsule. We don't care about the up vector of the capsule, we care about the drive vector of the entire system, which is from our... Well, okay, if it is a ball bot, then it's from the ball to the center of gravity. But because we're doing feet, it gets a bit fucked up. But yeah, it's like the general drive vector. So the stride aim, and then... yeah. So if we had enough feet, then... let's go like, what, 8 feet is probably cool. Now we have 8 feet that are essentially acting like a wheel, right? And then we can just... well, now it's like our old, you know, ball system. So now with those thingoed... just double check that it's all... Yeah, okay. What's the system for? What would you use the system for? Everything. Absolutely everything. Yo, Peak, how's it going? This might be up your alley, Peak. Because it's just like a physics fuckfest. In a good and bad way. Alright, what are all our... what are the numbers? What do they mean? So current drive, target drive. Forward vector. Oh, you know what? Actually, we should put our... just our corrections back in, just to keep us facing forward. I've been good. I mean, pretty good. I've been busy renovating and chilling. Not doing heaps of Unreal, but now I'm getting back into the swing. The swing of thing. Alright, so let's see here. So this up vector. What the fuck is this doing? This should just be the drive vector. The current drive. Because it is just right angle, blah 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 blah. Yeah, so this was doing like a kind of halfway thing. The drive vector has length, so that should be normalized. Then we have the target pelvis height and the crouch offset, which I should probably also do in here. Target pelvis height plus offset, bam, and then out the butt. Because yeah, when we... Yeah, cool. Back to balancing. So that's our up vector. Well, it's not up vector. It's our... You know what? I can probably just chuck this straight in now. And then we essentially want the drive vector to be up. Because then that's target drive vector, current drive vector. So that's torque-wise. And then we do that, but that's with length. Current drive vector, normalize. Yeah, okay, so that's stabilization torque required. Then this is how to counteract the torque using our feet, which is this guy. And we essentially want it to go to facing straight up. So they fight against one another. Kind of. Yeah. And then this is to... Well, hold on, actually. This might be a good opportunity, because this is the acceleration required at a singular contact point to counteract gravity and maintain the tilt of a given angle if there is no torque. And then this is here to counteract the torque, so the rate that we are falling over. Because if we started at 45 degrees... Then if we accelerated at 9.81 meters per second, multiplied by the length of our legs, we would stay at 45 degrees. But that's never the case, because usually we fall into that position. So that's where this comes in. But maybe this should then use the target like the target, what's it called? Not the target lean. Well, yeah, kind of. Like this is just a normalized thing, right? did normalize this. Because this is just an error corrector. And then we add this guy on top. The target is 1. So this will probably do nothing, yeah. Until I just pump this MF up. Well, no, I guess it does need to be of length. Now it's just confused. And I think it's the wrong way around. So that I'm thinking, yeah, did we just make this reach the target drive multiplied by the same dudes? Because the target drive... Because then what happens at... Thingo? I mean, this will make it so that, like, it goes backwards at first. Because, yeah, that means that this will... Well, that means this is irrelevant now, because we're factoring that in by trying to get it to move the feet to then match that torque. But then, is that just too high? Because, yeah, I mean, now it is responsive, because it's saying, yeah, like, oh, that's where the target drive is. You know, we want to accelerate that way, but then it's saying, so maybe that's just overtuned. We say, yep, go that way. Then it wants to go back that way for whatever reason. Target velocity, stride velocity, current drive. The only thing is we can't then... Well, no, I guess that's part of this, right? But... Do we want to do it separately? So why do... Right, because they go way faster than... Yeah. Using 20 feet now because it helps with debugging? Yeah, so it makes it so that we don't have to deal with some additional things. Because if we have 2 feet... I mean, it's probably not... It's good to just, as like a comparison point. But usually we just have 2 feet. But it introduces like a lot of bumping, you know, because the thingo. You know the thing. No, it's not terrible. I just don't know if... Yeah, because this is saying... So maybe it actually does need a bit of this. And then it will just keep oscillating, so then if we put the damping up... That's way too much. How I walk also? Yeah. Yeah. Do be like that. Let me just do normalize both of these. Just so we can fuck with the torque. Because again, this is a corrective controller. It doesn't really need to know about the length. Well, no, it might though once it's a taller character. Like, I feel like, yeah, these would need to be... And also, do I want it to reach that? Or do I want it to kind of equalize itself? Because let's think, right? If we are at... Can't wait for the... I've set them to a channel. Same with the legs, because there are legs. I've just hidden them for now. I've just set them to be physics objects, and they just ignore physics objects. So I'm just using channels for now. Which is fine. I might, because like channels are, channels are a lot more performant than using like a specific list. You know, like, oh, this one doesn't collide with this one. So what I might do is just make it so that, I don't know, because then the, well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Seems. We'll figure that out when we get there. So what happens if I just, like, gigafucked this to be, you know, like, just force the capsule? Okay, maybe not that hard. Maybe just 10,000? Where'd it go? Angular. Damping. We'll just chuck that up heaps. Okay, still too much. What about 8,000? Still fine. What about 3,000? Is it maybe just not... Are you just not happy with... Stabilization torque, cross up vector, schwow. So why does it not... Oh, I guess because now they are normalized, guys. Oh god, I don't fucking know. I'll just leave them. Just stay there. And I'll put that back down to a reasonable amount. And then also, if I disable movement, can we stabilize? You're quite unhappy with that. Fuck, you know what it is? It's the drive vector is the wrong way around. It's a negative value. Stride aim vector is down here. Stride center is there. Current drive vector is this. Probably. Because it's the center of gravity minus the lower one. Gives us that direction. Oh, now it's fine. Right, okay, so maybe everything was getting fucked because of that. If we go back to balance, and we say current drive vector, minus that, gives us stabilization torque, does the thing, cool. Then down here, the current drive vector is just the current, and then the target drive vector multiplied by the pelvis height and the blah 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 blah. And then that gives us a thing. Okay, so now we can actually stabilize. You know, if I go forward, it'll like, well, the foot will. You know what, let me make the foot bigger. Maybe not. It's kind of hard to balance on one foot when you're not thingoed, you know? Initialize appendage, foot mesh, dimensions, we've got 12 by 12. Square feet, hell yeah. So now, balance maybe. So we get a current drive vector, balance PID. That gets converted into feet. Feetage yeetage. As in, like, yeah. The feet will stabilize us. Side to side. Yeah, oh, come on, you can do it. Yeah, cool, whatever. But maybe it's not tuned enough. Yeah. Cool. All right. So now if we, well, now we can probably pump the shit out of this, right? If we really wanted to. Although that might be too much. Well, yeah, no. So now it's just like, yeah, match this. Match this value. This is how most physics systems do character movement. You just like force the thing into position in a way that looks realistic. Which, I mean, look, I'm not opposed to entirely, because, like, we can use it to, you know. Probably a bit too hard, but... Bro, chill. What if there was less of that and more of that? And also the, no, you know what, fuck it. Yeah, what if it was damping only? Does that just make it... Yeah, it's a bit more crazier. Yeah, I think if this was like way fucking lower, then it's like a reasonable amount. But I mean, that's the thing, right? We don't want to rely on that. We need to do it legit first. So I don't think the damping needs to be that high. I feel like the damping might be inhibiting our shit. Probably, yeah. Okay, so we made a bit of progress. What did we do? Right, we figured out that this was around the wrong way. Cool. So now back to here. We have this. Now this is going off the balance vector, right? Acceleration required at a singular contact point to counteract gravity and maintain tilt of a given angle if there is no torque. This is using the balance vector. What if this used the drive vector? Because it should, in theory, work better than that one that's constantly changing. Then if we use the drive vector to the target drive vector. So this would mean that if we just like suddenly go this way, we should step backwards in order to tilt that way. Because the difference between the... Where the fuck is it? Where's the current... Oh, fuck, it's going down now. We can't see it. Where the hell is it? It's up here somewhere. Facing vector, target drive. Target drive vector 200. Stride center. This guy. No, that's balance vector. Where's the current drive? Current drive should just be multiplied by positive 200. Bam. So now we should see it here. Current drive here. So yeah, in order to make this match that, the legs should walk backwards. And then once we're at that position, the legs should... Well, no, they shouldn't go back. They should accelerate backwards. But if we're at a lean that we're happy with, like if the target and the other one are the same, then we want the feet to keep going at the speed that they're currently going. Then does that mean that this is irrelevant? This song always gets DMCA'd, so I'm just gonna fucking not bother. Excuse me. Oh, it needs to be negative. Crazy. That would explain some things. Maybe that's more like it. Maybe it is just a D controller. See, now that won't match it. Stride acceleration. Why do you keep overshooting? Right, because we're just trying to go 150, but then we start moving way faster. That's not getting anything added on top of it. That's just straight into there. Yeah, Anas, how's it going? Maybe, okay, maybe we could try only doing like a factor of the target drive vector. Rush Bro, thank you for watching my videos. Appreciate it. Alright, so if I go this, and I go... Wait, that should have gone... Yeah, no, that's... In order to get from here to there, you would want to go backwards. Yeah. So then is it just that that's too big? Or is that just not need to be there? Because yeah, see, we always get this backpedaling after a point. Why does it do this? Because it's saying target drive's here, the current is just here. Also the fucking... Yeah. So then why would the acceleration be trying to go backwards? Probably because the damping is too high. Because it's moving towards it and it's over damping. Started learning verse. Okay, okay. Are you hating it like everyone else? I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. What was I doing? Right, I set that correction to 0 for now. And then I was just using the gravity dude. Which is that is using the drive vector, not the balance vector. Which shouldn't really matter. We should really just be going off the drive vector. Which is this guy to that guy. Yeah. Ideally, we want this to fall down in a weird way. No, fall, bitch. And then the additional stuff should be corrected by this. Which again, like it should... But if you learn when you're first starting out, I realize it feels so daunting. Just choose a project. Or, you know, start a project that you're interested in. And just learn it piece by piece. Don't try and look at every single piece of the engine and every single skill that you need all at once and then do your project. Just start your project and then win the game. I feel like I'm really good at copy pasting, not understanding what I'm doing in them. And you add another tutorial into it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess it's more just about finding the right tutorials. Like, you know, instead of how to build an inventory system, you know, a better video would be like, I don't know. It's almost more important to search, like, to know what to search. Do you know what I mean? Which is where, like talking to, yeah, streamers and other developers is, like, super handy. Because they can point you in a direction that'll help you, like, learn, rather than just, yeah, copy-paste. Why does it go back like that? Is it because... Does that just need a bigger proportional factor? Yes. Okay. Anyone you recommend? Oh. God, I haven't watched a tutorial in a hot minute. Ryan Laley's videos were pretty good when I was, you know, watching. Yeah, does anyone else have some good yeah, my video? I mean, I don't really do gameplay logic videos. I'm too scared. Piston at the knee, piston is at the knee. Is that the only fake force you need to create the muscle contraction and relaxation to keep the legs straight up or loosey-goosey? It kind of does, yeah, it has an actuation strength. So it should be shock absorbing. I mean, if I just like do this and drop it like it's hot, it'll bounce. Also, the trajectory that the feet are going in is... It has a flat... It already accounts for the length of the leg. You know? So it'll kind of be like this. You know? Like we're using feet targets, and the feet target moves in a straight line when it's planted. And the, you know, the length of the leg will just change to reflect that. What was that? Oh, the, this here, this length for this should actually be, between the stride center. You know, I can just do fucking length of drive vector. Help with something? Question mark. Yeah. Yeah. Well, that should be gravity, but whatever. And then that's the direction. Blah, 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 blah. So then this is just the difference between the current and the target. That's all set to 0. So if that was 1 or 0.1, then that's kind of fucked. And then this one. Jesus, okay, that's way too crazy, too much oscillation. He's happy to just do that. But then we get backlash, because that's probably too high. That's the thing though, right? Like, do we need this? That's what I want to know. Because if we don't have that, then we can just use, you know, the difference between this and that. Obviously, this represents that, kinda. Well, we could do that, but then this could just be, you know, trying to correct to face up. So then if the P is all the way off, and then we still have the derivative to dampen it, to, you know, take the torque down to 0. The only problem there is that we then have nothing putting it into position. So that's why I was opting for like this, but like half of it or something. Fast. And then we'd need some form of that to actually make it go that way. Oh, we want it to go that way. Come on. Yeah, target acceleration, target drive, current drive. But I think the derivative's so high that it's just saying, no, you can't move. Now we're going too far. Is it just because there is the proportional, or? Oh, it's just so confusing. The other thing I can try is like, well, actually, maybe let me try this first. No, it's no better. Try this here, but that'll just send the damping crazy. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the issue, is that... Yeah, no, so I definitely think we do this. But then obviously tune it down. See, it's too urgent when we do that. When we use the damping, I mean. I guess because the target drive changes so quickly. Like maybe it needs to be smoothed. Then we're just introducing lag. I mean, if we just smooth the target acceleration now. Oh, I meant 25. Let's get octopus legs back in. We'll go with 4 legs. So again, if we have this, then that does its thing, and then this should just only really be damping. But then if it's just damping, why is it overshooting, you know? I guess because the target drive. Oop. Well, is that then an issue with... No, because if our target... Let me pump the corrective shit. 2000. Ah, wrong way. Negative 2000. So if this just like, yeah, said, hey, we should be going that way. Then it goes too fast, and then it wants to slow down. Does world-based character movement post anywhere? Is it storage for now? It's just in storage at the moment. Only because I am just too fucking lazy to put it anywhere. I feel like it's almost an issue of this in a way. But no, like that's supposed to just be like we want to go this fast, therefore that should be our acceleration. Therefore, based on that acceleration, that's our target angle. And then that's saying here's the angle that we would want to be at in order to go that fast. And then we get a stabilization torque, which is for our feet. And then we don't use that again. That's just, yeah, down there. Current drive vector, blah, 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 blah. Cool. But then here, well, we don't use the up vector. Don't use the straight angle, don't use that. We already calculate all that shit. Smooth up vector, whatever. Don't use it. We have the target drive vector. So, I mean, this should, you know, give me, where's the Google AI thing? No, not Google Drive. Google technology company. Oh, I just Googled Google. Okay. Should PID of balancing robot unicycle robot should PID of balancing inverted pendulum wheel use target lean or up as its target? A PID generally should use the true upright equilibrium mathematical 0-degree point as its base target, not a leaning set point. The PID loop calculates the difference between your target angle and the actual angle. The system's reaction wheel generates a counter torque needed to push the pendulum back to that upright vertical target. Yeah, but like, I mean, when... Inverted pendulum. Should wheel... Well, no, it's not the wheel. It's like the... Should wheel controller use target lean or upright position when trying to create to accelerate, kinda. Wheel controller should target a forward-leaning angle rather than absolute upright position. Yeah, yeah. I mean, this is, yeah. Because here's the thing, right? If I wanted to go forward really fast, then I would walk backwards a bit, like, in order to push my center of gravity, well, to lean, to reach that lean position, and then I would zhuzh out of there. But it's just that, like, the target drive, or the acceleration... Well, yeah, it's because I'm... Well, that's a fucking nightmare. Yeah, maybe it's just too great a value. But then we get these really fucky ass, like, feedbacks, you know? Which makes me think that maybe it should just be this, not this. Because this will automatically do that to some degree, right? Or I use this thing as a thing, you know? As the thing. Because then it's just that plus the derivative. You know? But then it still gets this fucking... I'm so sick of it. Target velocity, 400. Absolute velocity. Like, it's getting there. It's pretty much at the target velocity. So why do you then... eventually just go backwards? You are shit. You are shit. And that's delta timed it. And there's also the fact of, like, using this as an additional acceleration instead of that as a separate thing. So, like, this is just for additional correction. This is our base acceleration. And this goes a bit harder. Yeah. Do I have the heat pad? I mean, I don't. Lady Cat might. Question, how would you make an interactive grip system for VR and non-VR at the same time? What would be easier? Interfaces, active components, etc. I would use a component because you would need to be like... Yeah, you need to have an actor that can do the grabbing. As for the thing that you are grabbing, it doesn't actually need to know much. So I guess but it might need to know if, in case you wanted something to like activate when you start picking it up, or like to swap modes or something. Yeah, in that case, then something. Then yeah, you might want to notify it with an interface. But for the most part, yeah, if you wanted... You'd probably write a generic component that just defines things like, when the grab occurs, well, we create a physics handle, actor or component or whatever, and store a reference to it. And then, and then when it is grabbed, you've got to move it around to the target position and whatnot, which, for the VR controller would be to that thing, but for someone else, or like an NPC or something, well, it depends. It depends if the NPCs are physically grabbing it in the same way that the VR fella does, which is an interesting thought. If I'm interacting with it or not, there's a button you would just press. Yeah. Well, I guess in VR, a button that you press is kind of different to an NPC pressing the button, Like, you might want to use physical stuff for the... I guess you would write, what happens when the button is pressed, or when the trigger is pulled. Okay, the gun shoots. It checks if it's got ammo, goes bang, shoots a projectile. But the way you go about calling that function would change between the player and an NPC. But ideally, you'd want them to, execute that same event. They just have a different way of going about it. Use component for the non-VR interaction on a button, and then use colliders for VR interaction. I would have the button. So the button has an event that says, when I get pressed, I don't know, the door opens or something. Let's just say it's that simple. So there's an event called open door, and yeah, for an NPC, okay, so there's the open door function, and then you'd have a function called, or an event called on button pressed, which calls open door. Or toggle door, or open door, or whatever. Then for the player, you might have it might be a physics object, that actually gets pressed, and like when it's pressed all the way in. So you have something that senses whether the button is pressed all the way in. Like, is it touching something or is it in a certain position? And when that happens, you would call the on-pressed event. But for an NPC, you can just call that on-pressed event manually. You don't have to... You know, you could just call it, like, play an animation, and when the animation does this, gets to this point of the animation, you call the on-pressed event. So you can press the button in multiple ways. One of them's just manually calling the event. One of them is with, you know, when a physics body hits another physics body. Or when the finger of the VR controller touches a hitbox or something. I can hear some cats growling. See, if I just use it to go straight up, then we can't actually reach the target drive angle. Because as soon as it starts to deviate, then it gets shitty. If I put this in, then it's almost too reactive. Like, it's like, okay, we want to be going this way, so we go backwards and it overcompensates. I can try doing this, just like, you know, 1/10 of the acceleration, or maybe 1/5 of the acceleration to just like, so the lean isn't as crazy. But it still overshoots, like, way too much. And yeah, like, our drive position is here. Because here's our target velocity. And then the absolute velocity. The legs don't change length. It's like walking dark. No, the legs are changing length. The legs change length as they as they move. Like the legs can be of any length. Like if we're at this angle, and you know our feet are like this and like that, then the length of the leg will change to match that line. So we've toned the acceleration down a tiny bit. Let's just see if we can get this guy working then. That's a good, yeah, I mean, they don't change length much. Especially because I've got the step length really small currently. It must just need to be this, right? It's been way too fast, and then it just fucking slows down. Target acceleration. Yeah, so when we're going fast enough, the target acceleration chills. Like it goes down to 0, because it's like we're at the max speed. But then the stride velocity just keeps going a bit too... I can make the steps bigger. Which kind of makes it a bit cursed because it is walking. Let's go back to 2 feet for a bit. Oh gosh. Hello, girl. Right, if I use the... Well, actually, what if I use the reflection of the balance vector? No, it just gets shitty. You know, it's all just drive vector, you know. Step length ties to forwards velocity, bigger steps when running. Yeah. Yeah, as the speed increases, we increase the size of the steps. Although, the steps can be just like a fixed... So if I just say, like, steps are always 30 centimeters, then it'll just move the feet faster. So same step length, but the feet just move faster, but only ever make, 30 centimeters at a time. So if we were going upstairs, I mean, this, we can essentially kind of look forward and be like, okay, I want this foot to land 50, centimeters away, and then we can just lerp to making the step shorter or faster mid-step if we need to. Which does, now that I think about it, as the step length increases, if we're already mid-step, this might be one of the things that's making it kind of overtuned, is when the step length changes, it actually creates a bit of velocity if we're like, part way through the step. You know what I mean? So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's an issue, potentially, or one of the many issues. Well, look, let's put all our feet back. Our spider feet. with a fixed step length. Terrible. So that's just using gravity, blah, blah, blah. Alright, what if I just interpret it slowly? Just so, because if I interpret, then our thingo won't trigger as hard. Hashtag triggered. Like you. And like it should work, yeah, at any length because well, obviously that's fucked up, but I don't know, maybe it isn't the biggest deal cuz ideally when we change the step length when we change the step length, it should account for that in the controller, you know? Something isn't delta timed in here. Hmm. And look, I can just bash it with torque to just like assist it, but I don't want it. This is the other thing, is like, if I use the current drive vector and always try and get it to make the character upright, but it's also kind of without a bunch of assistive forces. It's the only thing that can sort of allow the character to lean in the first place. It's like that, and then maybe minus this. But I feel like it should all be in here. So like, yeah, do we just do it like, oh, here's the target, here's the current, you know, move the feet so that it does the thing. Maybe there's too much of that, then it's like, fuck. Overshoot, so maybe it's just about not having any proportional, only derivative, but then it won't reach target. Maybe do that, it's too much, too spazzy. That didn't correct itself. Yeah, I mean, okay, maybe we just need to make sure that it has like a relatively chill acceleration. So what's happening there? We've got our target drive, current drive. Why can't we just match the fucking current drive, you know? Like, just do it! Don't be a butthead. Target velocity's here, mate. Like, just fucking... Yeah, there we go. Okay, but then you just eat shit and die. So, like, whatever. Hell yeah, now we're octopying. Alright, I just want 2 legs now. Back to 2 legs. I see. Okay, what if we do this? and we get this. And we do some... Oh my god, why won't you fucking copy paste? Ugh. Okay. And we get you, and we smack you up there. And we get this, and we do that, and we put that up there, and we do this. We go there. Yeah, Krim. He just wishes to be a torpedo. That is true. Since abs and neck muscles are a big part of balance, so forth, balancing from those areas is really all from the feet currently. It's all from the feet. Which is also, yeah, I mean, like, yeah, the abs and stuff do play a part, but without the feet, you know, without the feet, then you can't do anything, really. Yeah, I mean, in its simplest form, a person is just like a unicycle, a three-dimensional unicycle. Unicycle that can go back, forward, and what's the other way? Side to side. Alright, let's try this. What does this give us? Nothing. Well, it's using the same fucking thing. So target drive vector is this guy. Current drive, target drive. That's going in. Blah, 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 blah. I wonder if this would be difference in acceleration. Which probably isn't what we want. Because that just makes no sense. But maybe it does. Maybe that's what we've been missing. We did something. I know, the thing is that it should be self-corrective. Yeah, that's not it. That ain't it. I think it is more like this. The target is the target. This guy. He can piss off. So everywhere, add a single to counteract gravity and maintain tilt of your angle if there is no torque. Then this should just be there to fucking correct the torque. Bitch, what the oh, alright. Not delta Goodrummed. Delta Goodrum timed. Those steps are quite large. You know what? We do tiny little steps. Tiny and little. To maintain contact with the ground. And then I cry. No, what do? I die. No, we chuck in again. We go from 0. We fucking get this thing. We say, oh yeah, you correct the torque. Correct the fucking torque of the thing. Oh yeah, okay, we're stable, but we're not moving anywhere. We are not moving anywhere. Wow, you're shit. Okay, do we need like some proportional factor or something, you know? Get a bit of the proportional. The difference between them. Make that the fucking thing with the stuff. No, of course not. Okay, well then do we put the derivative up then? So that we have more damping, so that it'll be like, hey, the difference between them is changing too fast. You need to chill out. It's like, no. Just fucking... let me reach the target drive, you bitch! Like, why won't you? Do I need more proportional to counteract the thing with this stuff? Or is it just gonna oscillate? Huge oscillations. Yeah, who up oscillating they... who up oscillating they target drive? Jesus fucking Christ. And you guys do not want to see this once the hips are offset, you know. I can guarantee that those hips lie. Reach the target, you bitch! What if I just crank the stabilization, you know? Crank that shit. Then it should just work, you know? Then we should just, like, have a... well, fuck you. Hold on, I take it back. Why won't you just, like, just stop, brother? Oh, I meant that. Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant. Nice oscillations, idiot. You idiot, man. Well. Stop it. I need to actually look up, like, the, There is like an optimal gate. Like gate frequency. Anyway, let me just offset these guys so you guys can see the absolute atrocity that having hips does to a man. We walking like a motherfucking duck, you know? Where do I make the feet squares? So we're just walking on points, you know? Duck simulation games? True, true. You know, maybe you're onto something. Maybe that's what I should be doing. Maybe that's what I've been doing all along, you know? Is this... Wait, am I even... Where is the... Appendage stride traces. Oh, this is the thing. Do I set them as foot trace location, foot trace normal, blah blah blah. Do the hip trace so then it looks ahead and knows to do the thing. But then do I actually... Look ahead trace, foot trace location. And this only happens if thingo. You know what, for now, I'm just gonna get one of these guys and just fucking promote to a global variable called look ahead or next step location. I mean, it's not super relevant right now, but in order to fix like the waddling side to side stuff, we need to almost like counteract a bunch of shit. Like, we need to use the target location of the foot to do something. Well, to get, yeah, from the look ahead through the center of gravity, reflected, gives us something. I don't know fucking what, but it gives us something. What was I drawing here? Oh, the drive vector, but that ended up just being the lean vector. You know, I'll just take this one over. So this is character, so let's go step location. Next step location is where it starts. Look ahead step vector. Right, yeah, no, it points to the pelvis from wherever the next step is gonna be. Which it doesn't look like... Is it supposed to be the other way? Why does it seem like it's behind the character? Look ahead trace. Oh, right. This is if we're no, this is what we want. Just always the next step. Yeah. I mean, you can see the character always lands on that one. So that if we use the direction of that to do something, the look ahead step vector. I don't know where it goes, but is it maybe the target drive vector plus the look ahead step vector? Don't fucking know. That's wrong. Right, because that gets multiplied by the thing, and this already has length, so we just fucking... whatever. Maybe that's got something to do with some shit that we fucking... nope. That should be the inverse of it. It's just a big number. Interesting. What if these were together, you know? Wait, the look ahead step vector is... yeah, no, it is... yeah. Interesting, interesting. What's the look ahead doing? So it knows where the feet are gonna you know what, maybe that should be the not the impact point, but the impact, just the location, because that will be slightly above the ground. Maybe, I don't know, fuck it. It's just doing a trace. So when a foot is moving, because we assume with this character that it has no... we're not like... well, currently we're not planning steps. We're currently just like doing We're currently just stepping without eyeballs. We're only using, you know, the orientation of the character and, you know, desired movement and whatever. So what we do is we can do a look ahead trace, which is just when a foot isn't planted. So you can see here it says planted, lifted, which is just based on whether they're touching the ground or not and what part of the stride they're in. Because we know the stride speed that we're currently, you know, moving our feet at, and the direction that, you know, we're striding, then we can look ahead, and also based on the thing. Basically, we can, you know, we can do a trace before our foot lands. So you can see we're always kind of stepping on the twig. And then it, like, shifts instantly. Could put them closer together if we wanted, just to... I mean, currently what I've been doing is just setting the hip width to 0. So they overlap, so that we can just get the backwards and forwards, you know, looking or behaving how we want. Again, I feel like the legs are just too powerful. Probably because I changed the weight of the legs. It's made the joints less fucked up. Maybe let's just change, you know, angular position strength to 2000 and linear drive to 1000. Yeah, because even then, like at 1000 leg joint, position strength 1000, it's not like, if I set it to 1, then it squishes. If I set it to 40, it squishes but bounces up a bit. If I set it to 100, it's like, it's springy, right? But like, I've disabled mass conditioning. Oh, actually, did I do it on here as well? Well, no, yeah, it is, yeah. Mass conditioning, constraint, disable. I guess that's more just about between the two bodies. But like these strength, I don't know, the Unreal, I don't know. Should have just fucking made my own physics constraints. Yeah, like if I do this, then maybe that. provides a bit more pizzazz. Or is it just like, yeah, that maybe the feet drives are too floppy or not floppy enough? That looks a bit too floppy. Or maybe, yeah, like the angular stuff is too... I don't know, too fucky or not fucky enough. Or do I not want any, like, do I want just full rigidity, you know? No. No, I don't. Should be dynamic. Yeah, but... yeah. It's too complicated. I just want this to work. Oh, just work, please. You know, one thing I haven't actually tested, which I probably should, if I lock the character in place. I actually don't know if the feet trajectory is still linear now that I've done that weird little thing with the thingo. Let me just balance stride velocity 150x. No, bitch, what the fuck? Oh yeah, that should just be going... No, why are you going backwards? Who said you could do that? Is that just because I... Why you go... Oh... Okay, hold on. This shouldn't affect anything. This is just because I'm using a value that is used somewhere else to do something important. There we go. Okay, so now we're just walking. Let me just... Step length 200. Real fat steps. So if we're walking, this line here should be like straight as a whistle. So if I do this, and I tilt you, there you go. Mm-hmm. See, I should have checked that earlier, because now that we've separated the angle... Oh, that looks kind of fucked up. Now that we've separated the angle of the torso... and the angle of the legs, or the angle of the center of the legs, when we rotate the stride, we're still rotating it by the amount... An amount. We're still rotating it by an amount that is incorrect. Yeah. And that would be why, when we were running, we were getting that kind of like leaping and shit. It also might explain why some of the oscillating's been happening, because it's like, it's pushing the feet into the ground, essentially. Or like, by extent, making the character lean more. Because if the character's leaning forward and then all of a sudden the feet are making a trajectory like this, well, that's just going to exacerbate that. So that would be in determine targets. So this makes the actual cycle stick out of the anus vector. But when we rotate stride trajectory pitch around middle of feet to maintain step length, which is the terrain movement pitch, the character movement pitch, should only be like whatever it should be half. And then we'd also have to do the same thing. I mean, I need to make this should be a variable because we may want to... Well, if anything, I'd want to like maybe take the character movement pitch and calculate an additional offset based on some fucking, you know, some ratio. Because, like, we might want the character to just be, like, bending over. But still walking however they walk. The other thing I'd need to change, but for now, let's just put it to do here. And then there's one more place, which would be the... Here, max appendage length, appendage length, fraction, stride. Where the fuck? Where do I do the facing pitch? There should be a roll. Don't let foot in anus. Terrain facing roll. Character facing roll, balance offset. Adjust the match terrain slope as baseline. Stride target. So this is just to make them go like that. This is the balance offset and the terrain facing roll. But if the character is leaning to the side, maybe it doesn't matter actually. Alright, YOLO, let's do this. Rotate you. Now they're flat again. Cool. I do want to see what happens if we go sideways. Well, yeah, nothing will. Oh yeah, it's 75%. I'll be back in 1 second. Alright. We back. We're back in black. We hit the sack. Okay, so this worked. Let me just try one extra thing. Which is... I can't read. Hello, girl. Gonna come say hello? Yeah. Come here. Here. Gonna hop? Yeah. Get out of that hole in the wall. Oh, lady cat's there. Alright, you know what? Fuck the cats. They're not behaving. Right, I just wanted to see if our hips were offset. Jesus fuck. If our hips were offset and we tilted this way, do they... I can't fucking tell. I orthographize this. Are they like touching even ground? I think so. Right, because they just get... Yeah, no, that's just based on the terrains. Yeah, okay, cool. Hello, girl. Come here. Yeah. Get out from behind my monitor, you sicko. Come on. Everyone wants to see you. Come here. Oh, hello. Hello. Look at the burps. Okay, let's untether our character. Right, and now we have to actually make the character balance instead of doing whatever that was. Blah, 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 blah. This guy into there, that guy into there. Sweet. Wow, what a fuckfest. Alright, I put the hips really far apart. Right, that's way more stable now. Because we're not doing the thing with the stuff. I wonder if O25 is... Technically, that should be stable. Yeah. Okay. Although it does introduce... you know what, we'll go back to 0. Simplify, simple... Keep it stupidly simple. Cool, and then over here. So now we can actually do the thing where we try to make it do the thing. Not that, though. If it was just that, just the lean, then it should... Realistically, it should just fall over. If it was just based on the drive vector. And then this is here to correct. Yeah, it's just overcorrecting. Overcorrecting again, but I don't know if it's because it's damping not enough or too much. Maybe too much. Hopefully this won't go as long as quadruple A water. Well, you know, sometimes life happens. Okay, what if we just do this again? Now that kind of oscillation is where the kind of look ahead step vector comes in handy. Which means, like, yeah, are we supposed to be doing the look ahead step vector? And, well, we chucked it here. How big is that? They're just creating a feedback loop. Yeah. Maybe not. Idea of this constantly falling, correct the bounce or what? Yeah. So, ages ago we did. This was before the water stuff, even. Basically, a physical character movement. This one was based on a ball, though. So the ball is like the abstract. Okay, you know. So we abstract the movement of feet to like a ball, right? Which, like, this worked, you know, for the most part. The main aim of the whole system is to not generate any, like, fake forces. And so, like, if I was pushing on a platform, or you know, if I was sitting in this minecart and I was pushing this way, the minecart wouldn't just start moving, you know? Which maybe I can set up. Can't be fucked, but yeah, all of the sideways movement of the character is generated from the ball spinning on a motor, which is like it's like a what's it called? A spring from the capsule down to the sphere, and then it turns it around. And yeah, where was I going with this? Right, and so all of the sideways movement is from remember one of your videos sounded like a line where you just grab a plate and yeah, so that was like one of my old kind of physical. That was like about dragging objects around, but that was using kinematic character movement. So this is like a way to make sure that the you know, the platform doesn't just fly around. And so yeah, all of the linear movement is generated from the rotation of the ball, which means that if I'm standing, well, you can see here, if I'm standing on this platform and moving around in a circle of it, on it, then the platform will slowly rotate the other way, because we're putting just as much force on it as it's giving back to us. It also means that if we jump, then, you know, the platform will also wobble, and we can, like, time our jump to go higher. Because the jumping is just changing, you know, the length of the legs, make them short, and then make the legs long. And that's jumping, right? We don't, like, apply a force upward, because then the platform wouldn't react in turn. So this idea, like, worked pretty well. It also, with, what's it called? Dragging stuff. So if I drag this character, it can drag me just as much as I drag it. So, like, it's harder to move. And also, if this character got caught on something, or was resisting, then it would affect my movement as well. And, you know, like, if I grab this ice block, and like it's like swinging around and stuff, and it will, you know, like when you're like dancing with someone and you like spin each other around and you just like fucking one of you ends up getting yeeted like that. Kind of like that. Can the sphere be above the spring? So the mechanics are the capsule, and then the capsule just has like a piston on it, which I think is just from the center of it. It doesn't actually matter. And then the sphere is here. Obviously the piston can intersect the sphere, because, you know. So there's a motor here that does the rotating in all axes. And then the spring is just... It's essentially just the length of this rod. So it can just change length. Moving forward, the sphere would be the center of gravity, and the spring is to shove your feet back under the center of gravity. Well, no, in this case, it's just the ball rotating. So it's like an inverted pendulum solution, where we throw the character off balance, so we make them go sideways, and then we rotate the ball to catch up, you know, to correct that angle. But anyway, so this whole system worked well until the Fire Nation attacked. Sorry, let me just hop on here. Yeah, slopes. Yes, correct. So slopes were just... See, it even works well on, like, the ice. Like, you get the actual slippage, because it is friction-based. But yeah, slopes, because a sphere has an infinitesimally small point of contact, it will just always jitter, and you know, it's literally, I've tried everything. I've tried anchoring it. I've tried fucking providing like a constant counter torque, and just like nothing worked. It's always gonna be there. And then a more pressing problem than that is like bumps and steps. Like, it's just not. You know, it just ain't it. Even just like going up a small slope, like this, like a step, just like fucks it up pretty bad. So the polyhedron, that would probably work. However, it would be giga expensive. The beauty of using a sphere is that the physics system, it's just like, it's a point in space and a radius. So it's like, it's the cheapest thing to compute. So a sphere is the cheapest, then a capsule is the second cheapest, and then a box, and then after a box, maybe a cylinder, not a capsule, but a cylinder, because you just truncate the ends. Maybe, but then, yeah, then yeah, as soon as you start doing a complex collision shape, it's just like fucked. I don't even know how complex collision works. I mean, I presume if it's convex, right? So there's no like internal jagged bits like that. My presumption is that you, like, if I'm here and these are all the normals, like, we know the normals of the faces and stuff. Use the mesh triangles as collision. Yeah, but presumably, what I would presume to do, like, you know, a complex but still convex would be to just check, I mean, in 2 dimensions, like, on this plane, is the dot on that side of it? And if it is, then it's like, okay, it's not in here. However, if it was like this one, and it's like, is the dot outside of this one? No. Okay, check another face. Is it on this one? No. Is it here? No. Is it there? Yes. Therefore, if this is convex, then that's all we needed to do. We just needed to check, is it on this side or that side of the normals for some number of faces? And as soon as it is on the outside, otherwise, if it is colliding, then you know, then it would be no to all of them. If it was inside here, or even in here, as long as this is guaranteed to be convex, then all of the checks would fail, and it would be in there. So it depends on low, mid, poly. I think complex can be fine. Yeah. It does have to iterate over every single triangle if you do complex collision. Which, yeah, for like a low poly mesh, not the biggest deal. I think the problem comes where you start using concave shapes, where it's like, okay, there's a little bit in here that's just like a little fucky bit. And if this is black, you know, this is not there. Because then, like, this point, if we compared it here, and we were like, oh yeah, is it, you know, this side of its normal? It's like, yeah, it is. Therefore, it's not colliding. But it's like, no, it definitely is. It's because this ends here. So, I don't know. I'm not... This is how I would calculate, you know, is something inside a shape? That's like my naive approach. I haven't actually looked at how they do stuff like that, but as long as it's convex, yeah, you can kind of guarantee that it's within by just checking either side of the normals. But if you think about, like, how simple that is versus... I mean, yeah, I don't even know how you would do this. You'd have to, like... check proximity... I don't fucking know. You gotta do heaps of checking, basically. But if you can get the... basically, like, you know, if we've got, like, a house with, like, an overhang... and, like, a chimney or whatever... If you can break it into multiple convex shapes, because, like, obviously if this is one big unified thing, this is a concave, you know, angle here. But if you can break it into 3 separate simple collisions, then all of a sudden it's like giga less expensive. Which is why, like, I'm pretty sure, you know, like with the collision generators in Unreal, or the static mesh collision generator, if you just like crank the fuck out of the settings, and it'll just generate like, you know, 32 quite complex but still convex shapes, it'll still end up being cheaper than just using the complex collision. Because it can guarantee that they're convex shapes, you know. This video of Box 3D 1.0 talks about support for arbitrary friction for spheres and cylinders on slope surfaces. When you think of the issues you... Yeah, I mean, that would probably solve my issue, maybe. I think the other issue might be with the actual, like, physics motor system. But yeah, so this was cool, and I'll probably still use this for like some, I don't know, mini games or like creatures, like goblins that roll around on balls. But then the new idea is to essentially do the same-ish thing, but instead of using a ball, we use feet. Right? So, I mean, and like, you might be thinking, oh, that's like completely fucking different, but like, watch this. If I give the character more feet, we'll go 8 feet. If we give the character 8 feet, it's like, okay, that just kind of looks like the ball, right? It's like a ball that can change shape. And he's very fucking cursed. We can just go 3 feet. Or just 2 feet, which is ideal. What if it does seem way better than 2? Yeah, it does, but it's also... The multi-feet would probably have more issues with stairs. I do want it to, you know, just use 2 feet. But yeah, if we get the character mesh, you can see how it looks like with a mesh on it. I mean, obviously it looks dumb, but because the feet are both going in the same spot. But, you know, you get some, like... It's, you know, it's something. So the model account for center of gravity probably have to go there. Yes, it does, it does. Both of them deal with center of gravity. So if I just like added on begin play, let's just do like get owner, add component by class, static mesh, component, and we'll just chuck you character capsule. location. And we will move a relative transform. Hold on. Split strap in. Relative location, we'll move it forward and up. And then set mass. Override. 20 kilos? Question mark. Oh, and I need to set the set static mesh to be cube. Although it won't be simulated, is it? Will it? Oh no, it is, and it's fucking us up. Cool. And then I have to actually add it to the fuck's it called? Add an array. Attached physical objects. Add you to there. So now it should, in theory, unless it's like clipping really bad. No, it is working. Yeah, so now we're balancing this on us. How's that? Because yeah, it's taking into account the center of gravity instead of just the lean of the character. A character doesn't like it. Oh god. Is it just like a small cube? What about sphere? Proc size 1 by 1 by 1. That's... uh, 100 by 100. Where's it saying the center of gravity is, actually? I have a feeling it's intersecting with the... Oh, you know what? It might be... Hold on. It might be that the... attach component... No, not attack. Attach... Attach component to component. And weld simulated bodies. Yeah. This is the target. The parent is going to be the character capsule. Cool. Why are you doing that? Yeah, okay. So now it's not colliding with the capsule. But yeah, you can see that the target lean has adjusted to handle the big boy. See, that doesn't feel like 100 kilos though. I wonder why it's not. Okay, well, it is weighing something. 1,000 kilos. A ton. Yeah. Sorry, let me just... Hell yeah. There we go. Yeah, so... I don't know, my brain's kind of fucked. You know? It's quite late. It's 2:48, I just want to play video games. But hey, look, we did some stuff, right? We did some stuff. We might... I don't know. Sorry, I feel like... Oh, Sacred Hero. Sorry, okay. I thought the message wasn't coming through, but I saw it on my thing over there. What's your thought on how AoE spell play being in the center collision? Sphere Trace was my way to go, but I was concerned with vertical hits with a big sphere radius. Hopefully makes sense. I would do a... yeah, like a sphere trace... A sphere trace or like an overlap sphere. So like spawn an overlap sphere. Although I guess you can't really do that within the game thread. Yeah, well, basically what you would want to do is, let's say this is your player. This is from a bird's eye view as well. You'd essentially want to either use, like, yeah, an overlap sphere or a sphere trace with a giant radius. But you want to get everything in there, so you'd either use, like, a multi-sphere trace or... Honestly, I probably would go with a sphere collision. And just, you know, get all actors inside. And then, once you've gotten, you know, let's say there's like a guy here, and a guy there, and a guy here, and there's like a guy here that's not even in the radius. But then let's say there's a wall. There's a wall here. Wow. So you've gotten all the actors in the radius, so these guys are excluded. And then for each of these, do a line trace. So... You know, for this guy, yeah, do a line trace. The line trace hit him. Therefore, he's affected by it. And he's, you know, at this distance. And then, based on the proximity, you know, apply more damage if he's closer, whatever. For this guy, you'd do a line trace, but it would hit the wall. And, you know, maybe you could do, like, a couple of... You know, different... Let's say, like, his hand was sticking out. Maybe you could do, like, a few traces if they're blocked by something. But only if the first one doesn't reach them, just to save a bit of juice. So maybe you start with the pelvis, and it's like, oh yeah, it hit the pelvis, like, cool. Maybe, yeah, if there's a guy here who's, like, sticking his hand out, then maybe you do a, yeah, line trace to his pelvis. It failed. Okay, let's try each of his hands and each of his feet. And then this one hits his hand, and it's like, okay, well, we hit his hand. So maybe you could apply the impulse to his hand, or blow his hand off, or maybe his gun goes flying, or some shit, I don't know. And then this guy, yeah, it would just pass. So I'd start with a sphere overlap, and then a bunch of smaller line traces. I think there's a multi-sphere trace. I don't know if a multi-sphere trace... No, I guess it... No, yeah, no, a multi-sphere trace doesn't do multiple traces. It just does a trace that passes through but gets all of the stuff. So yeah, no, a multi-trace would work. Which means that, yeah, you don't have to spawn a collision and then wait for it to get the overlap and then on the next frame do the logic. You could just, yeah, do a giant multi-sphere trace. Which is one thing about using the sphere traces. So a sphere trace is usually a sphere and then it sweeps to another sphere location and it gets everything in between them. If you just want to do like a giant circle, just do the location, but then make sure that the second one is like just at least 1 unit below it. So it like kind of does this. Like it has like a 1 centimeter downward thingo. Otherwise it can get a bit fucky. Just, yeah, make sure it has some length. That the start and the end aren't the same. How do you stay motivated when progress is hard to track? How do you tell you're moving forward versus going around in circles? That's a good question. Just vibes. Just, you know, it's just vibes. Nah, oh, what the fuck are we doing there? I mean, look, you do go around in circles very often. I mean, I do very often. I am the circle jerker. They call me the circle. There's a cat growling. What is it? Lady Cat's pissed off. Hmm? Are they annoying you? She's so grumpy. Can you guys hear her? Are you going, ow? Like a dog. Let me give her a pat real quick. Funny girl. Oh, fuck. I just nearly died. Yeah, but sometimes you aren't moving forward, and sometimes you do go around in circles, but as long as you're learning something, and or, you know, developing your problem-solving skills, then... You know, it's worth it. You need to remember that the most important game development is the game developer development. So even though I've been like, literally for like 10 days, just been like fucking around with this, making like tiny little bits of progress, I've become a better person because of it. But I mean, look, the other option is to just, like, be smarter than me. And then you probably won't go around in circles for 10 days. Yeah, probably not that hard. Anyway, I might wrap it up. I get a bit tired. A little bit tired, a little bit sleepy. And hungry. I want ice cream. Let's see. Who doing? Crimson is online. We can Crimson. We all like Crim. But yeah, I feel like the locomotion is getting there, right? It's getting there. I just need to stabilize it, and yeah, that's it. That's all there is to it, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Look, my brain's not on. Crimson. Where the fuck is it? First Crimson? There we go. All right. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I'll hopefully be streaming the rest of the week. It's just been a bit hectic the past week. We had Amethyst's parents over. They were bringing the cats, and so, like, I just didn't stream it all last week. But now that the cats are a bit more settled in, it's, just, I don't have to pet sit them constantly, so. Yeah. Alright, well, goodbye everybody. Bye. And to the YouTubes, thanks for YouTubing, and also goodbye.